Hello there, everyone. Welcome back to Final Fantasy XIV. We are going to probably play right up and chill before Titan. So, like when I have to unlock the Titan trial. That's when I'll stop. Anyways, we have a dungeon we need to get to, don't we? Bum 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 ba da do 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 do. Oh yeah, I think my audio got messed up a bit when I was Oh, okay, good. Man, I would not want to be settled close to that. What's the hurry, adventurer? Eh? Something happening over at the Gabi settlement? I don't know why you're so eager to help a bunch of beastmen, but go and talk to the skipper over yonder. She'll ferry ye to Raincatcher Gully. It's not be fun trying to get that upstream. Hello, Tsubame. What a weird creature. Big pork bulbs. The things we do for cheese. Those are really cool plants. What hairstyle is that? I don't think I've seen that before. Bushscore tongue flaps of Whiskiet be reaching ears of Brayflocks. Uplander is come for tasty fresh gobby treats, yes? Crust prize of Uplander deep in Longstrop. Friday beast chased Gobby flock from homes. Gobby flock needs goodly Uplander. Give safety to Longstop with much hand lending. All right, let's get to it. Here are the dragons. All right, team. Get that. some reason, I remember there being a completely different AoE for the tank. For the Marauder. For some reason, I recall there being a cone, like, AoE attack. Instead of a circular one. So that's where we're going to be going. Right down there. It's going to be boss right over here. Right in there, I think. Score, score! Gobby flock in danger! Uplanders take gate key. Open head gate. Oh, I should save that for the boss. Ooh. And the first loot I get is the axe. Nice. Let's go ahead and equip that. Conjurer's Ring. I'm not playing Conjurer right now, but that's fine. it. So there should be a little gobby over here that I can save. Thank you very much. Just gonna double check something real quick. Recording looks fine. Guy, I got ya. Just some battle mage gear. We must save him. Wait a minute. Left without getting the treasure. Oh, I already have the ring. Boo! Boo you for trying to give me the same thing. Leave my friends alone. Brave Locks, it's not the time for presents. Ooh, infantry bandana.
Nice guy.
Nice, I got some new pants. I don't think there's anything really important down here. There's just a core guy I want to fight. Have at thee, dragon! almost got him. And I got a gun that I can't even use yet. Indulge Heaven's Reward. So level 20. Level 20, level 35. That's, I should probably equip it, but I don't want to right now. I prefer to go with matching armor. That's good for now. Later on, I'll go through it and grind the dungeon. Because not only do I want the gear, I do want to level up my other jobs here up to 41. That way, I have them ready by the time I have to do the vigil. Pershko, goodly Uplander has thanks of Gobbyfolk. Gobbyflock. Flighty Beast was tricksy foe, but Uplander outwitted with plans making. Uplander has goodly head for fighty think. Brave Flocks happy gives tasty fresh gibby treats to clever Uplander. Cheese is sticky sweet gobby treat. Special make with secret gobby arts. Nope, party complete without gobby gudo. Brave Flocks ever say. You know, these falls aren't very hidden if everyone knows where they are. Especially if you have like a place named for it. Oop. Oh yeah, I forgot to hide the chat log. Oops. Well, hang on. Dog's barking. We have guests at our house. They're having dinner with the rest of the family. I'm just gonna hide in my room all day and stream. I gather you solved Brayflox's little problem? The pungent odor of this hard yellow cheese veined with blue-green mold is most comparable to the warm, damp boot of a zombie after stepping in ripe chocobo dung. Goblins claim it is a delicacy. But then again, they have their masks to filter out the aroma. By the gods, that unholy stench! This is, definitely goblin cheese. Draining. Judging from the smell, this should be quite flavorful. I just noticed, where's the fireworks at? Is the event over? How was it made? It's best you remain ignorant of such things. I still remember when I learned what kind of milk they use. Ugh. Yeah, I don't want to know. Give me just a second, I'll be right back. Alright. Oh, we have some quests over here. Bravo, Byrnjolf. Thanks to you, our guests shall be honored with a marvelous banquet. But what good is an exotic feast without an equally exquisite aperitif? What? Okay. Luckily, I know just the person to ask. Make your way to Wineport and seek out Shamani Lamani, another former member of the company. All you have to do is give him this order slip. He'll take care of the rest. Oh, and if you're wondering if this is merely a ploy to test your patience, I assure you I do actually need that wine. And while you're there, give Shamani Lamani my regards. I'm sorry, sir. We've no head cheese today. Why ever not? Because the kobolds are stealing food everywhere in Costa del Sol. That's why. The tomato pies, the mashed potatoes, and now the head cheese to boot. Now I've an idea for ambushing those beady-eyed furballs, but I can't go off in case Master Dirtstwitz needs me. And I can't stand here and do nothing about it. And I can't stand here to do nothing about it either, as I'm the one getting blamed for the missing eats. Might you be willing to solve this problem for me, adventurer? You look to have some spare time. You place the meats the kobolds like best in these 5 sacks. Line them up along the pier to the north, and they should come scurrying. The kobolds are up to something. See those contraptions out along the road to the west? They've gone so far as to set up their damned refiners within the yawns of our beach. And you know what I say? It's time to blow them to kingdom come. I just happen to have made some makeshift bombs for the occasion. But, I've never thrown one before. Look, adventurer, I've seen you around here, and you seem a capable sort. Could you take these and pitch them at the refiners for me? Master Gaguruju is, of course, second to none in matters of business and connoisseurship. Is that supposed to be connoisseur? However, he can be somewhat naive as regards other matters. For example, he has become convinced that the recent spate of earthquakes is the fault of the large buffaloes that roam near. I would grant some amount of exasperation over our local children being mauled in the wake of the tremors, but really now. It's one thing to see the buffaloes in a tizzy, but another to think they could have anything to do with the quakes. I have tried to reason with him, but it's been to no avail. Might you simply indulge my master and slay a half-dozen of the creatures? Earthquakes, huh? I wonder if that has anything to do with the Bahamut coils. kick their butts. Yep. Just wanted to trick the dungeon real quick. Those filthy ground dwellers fell for it. Ha! I knew it! I owe you a debt. Master Dirtswitz will be pleased too. And more importantly, he shan't be hitting me with the pickle ladle so much. So between the two of us, it was I who ate the tomato pies. If Master Dirtswitz actually knew anything about the kobolds, he would never have believed the creatures would eat such a thing. I do hope this is the end of their mischief, but I think not. From what I've observed, they seem to be readying for battle. And considering we've already got this Hagen to deal with, I don't know that we need that kind of trouble. That was some right fine work. I can see those blast machines light up from here. You've got talent, which is a good thing, because the kobolds are too much for us to handle. But thanks to you, we've got them this time. I only hope you're not planning on leaving us anytime soon. I've no doubt we're going to need your help again before this is over. Sir, I didn't catch your name. Byrnjolf? Nice to meet you. Even more so because I could use your help once again. It's those quakes that started up a little while ago. The tremors have been sending snippers up out of the water. Actually, the quakes could be from Titan, since he was summoned again. They're bloody dangerous things to get rid of by themselves, but there's a gnarled old gripper to tackle into the bargain. Took a toe off the Salter's boy not 3 days past. We know how to best it, but we can't get close enough. But that's where you come in. Master Guguruju had an alchemic concoction made that should be able to soften the gripper's shell, the old gripper's shell. Here, take it. It'll be your job to survive the ill-tempered Wavekin's swipes long enough to make sure it gets several dousings. You already took care of those kobolds. Surely these shouldn't pose any challenge. Listen, I need your help with a personal matter. I've mislaid something, and it's something very important to me. Medals with lions on them. As much as I'd like to go myself, my place is here. We can't afford to take our eyes off the kobolds now. Those 3 medals are the most precious things I own. Please, any help you can give would be appreciated. You might start your search around Gulpert's tower. If I had a wager, I'd say it was there that I dropped them while chasing off some of our kobold friends. If you climb to the top and give a good lookout, you might spot them. I am indebted to you, kind adventurer. I am quite certain those beasts were innocent of any earth-shattering crimes, but it is well they have been dispatched regardless. In truth, I believe Master Guguruju knows in his heart that the buffaloes are not the cause, and that is in fact the primal Titan. However, he also realizes that his wealth would not avail against such a threat. While it does him credit that he strives to do right by the people of Costa del Sol, he must allow that certain problems are not within his means to solve. I have a more deserving adversary for you this time, adventurer. There are Uragnites making their homes on the pillars below, and judging by how deeply rooted they've become, I'd say they've been there for quite a while. That said, these steel spatulas should serve to both dislodge the mollusks and preserve our posts at the same time. I would be obliged if you would check out the area and eradicate the little devils. You will be amply compensated, of course. Thank you kindly. Funny how I saw this all the way from up here. That was most quick. You are a credit to all adventurers, Byrnjolf. You know, I've heard talk of late about what's been causing those tremors. Folk seem certain it's the work of some monster. And I know from experience that such words are often not about wind, but I can't help but wonder. Well, did you find my medal? A bronze medal engraved with the head of a mythical beast that somewhat resembles a Bakote. You did! The navigator has been kind to me this day. Every one of us got such a medal when we joined the company of heroes. And if you ever fell, your best friend would take yours. Three friends there were, and only me left. And I can smell another war coming. Only this time nothing is new, and all the fear is old. Sometimes I think I've lived far too long. Ah, the pillows look sparkling. Thank you, my lord. It was only a bit of housekeeping, I suppose, but even that is beyond me. I only served in the company of heroes, if you can believe it. Oh, I once served in the company of heroes, if you can believe it. But a battle with a primal left me grievously wounded and heartsore. I have since kept to more mundane tasks, as I've lost the appetite for bloodshed. What do you mean, heartsore? This life has been good to me. Too many soldiers fight to defend that which they will never know. The joy of learning, the pleasure of ease, the tumult of beauty. But I have known them. Yet in my dreams of smoke and steel, I still hear my captain calling. To me, to me. Good evening, sir. A word, if I may. Visiting Dansuis, spotted strange fish on the beach and came screaming back to the house. She is a level-headed young person, so I fear 'tis no vapors. The beach is no place for any frolics until the truth is ascertained. I turn to you once again. May we trouble you to check the beach? Bobby. Nice of the timer to stop when I'm in the water. Pugils on the beaches of Costa del Sol, who live in strange times. The carcass must have drifted ashore, for it seems to have been dead longer than a day or two, and that is when the beach was last tidied by the keepers. Thank you, sir. Ye need not stay downwind. I have smelled that smell before. We must step up the groundskeeping, I fear. Mr. Geguruju is likely to have one of his ideas otherwise. Sweet grime and blood. Ah, you reek of blood. An adventurer, unless I am mistaken. What brings you to Wineport? An order? Let me guess. A request for the finest vintage I can muster. The paper smells of loam and perfume. Costa del Sol. And there is also the unmistakable odor of Gotland's cheese. Yes, Master Geguruju would not settle for anything less than the best. George Switz and his crew must be quite busy preparing an exotic feast, hence his decision to rely on an adventurer. But perhaps you are confused. This display of dedication was not intended to impress you. When one loses his vision, he is forced to compensate in other ways. But you have no interest in my affairs. You wished only to discuss the wine, I suspect. Life can be so delightfully unpredictable. I always had a passion for wine, but it wasn't until I was forced to retire that I could pursue it as more than a mere hobby. It wouldn't have been possible if not for the savings I amassed during my time as a mercenary, of course. Say what you will about the nature of that work, none can deny that it pays well. But you grow impatient, and Westgate must have his wine. Herein lies the problem. Nothing in my possession is of sufficient quality for this occasion. The best vintages in town are hoarded by Byrnjolf. who owns and operates the largest winery in Weilbrand. Somehow I doubt he will be receptive to your request, but given these circumstances, we must needs beg his assistance. Fancy yourself a romantic friend? Do you oft find yourself gazing off into the horizon, yearning to travel in search of storied relics left behind by the heroes of yore? Yes, you say? Then do I ever have a proposal for you? I was accosted the other day by a slobbering drunkard. Bear with me now, I assure you this gets better, who most eagerly regaled me, from what I could gather amidst slurred speech and copious amounts of spittle, that is, with the tale of a treasure map he had stumbled upon in his travels. I don't recall the particulars. I was emptying my innards of some foul swill at the time, you see. But it sounded rather convincing to my ill-addled brain. What I do remember is that the fellow mentioned striking out at first light for Raincatcher Gully to visit a miner friend. Should the prospect of hunting for hidden riches set your heart aflutter, I reckon you might still find him there. Her husband had left. I meant no harm, sir. What? What did you do? Hello there, adventurer. Hear me. Master Byrnjolf will know the reason why. I mean that he'll simply tell you himself if you refuse to hear it from me. You've no doubt seen those ghastly grass raptors skulking about outside our gates. Well, they've developed a taste for the vines we use to grow our brandywine cherries, and we can't abide that. You must kill the horrible creatures. What rank amateur bottled this wine? The impurities have rendered it nigh undrinkable. This missile is too good for the man responsible. He should be made to drink every drop of his polluted swill. What is it? I am in the middle of an important discussion, and I do not care for interruptions. That neophyte Vintner bid you speak with me? Ha! Neither you nor your friend has the palate to appreciate the subtle qualities of my private stock. I would sooner serve you Gubu-Ruren. Yuck. Not into urine therapy. Go away. Then sell you the worst vintage. Be gone from my sight. Actually, hold on just a moment. You call this a cork? Ha! This sad squelchy thing isn't fit to kiss my back end, let alone my finest whites and reds. I'd say you should try again, except that I wouldn't trust you with the worst of vintages now. You're dead to me. You adventurer, I've had it trying to get quality for my own lot. Show this oaf how it's done and bring me the materials you find off cork bulbs. Harvesting 5 of them should do. Damn flies and uncorked wine sours. Go! Go! It's a nice outfit. I take it he said no. Really, in those words? Well, I cannot say that I am surprised. Well, there's no denying his passion and skill. The wine baron of Limsa is not a man known for his tact. Very well, we shall have to take an alternative approach. There's a chance, however small, that another resident of Wineport can furnish us with a suitable wine. In fact, had you come several years ago, I guarantee this would not be a problem. Alas, the quality of our product has declined significantly in recent years. The only breeds cultivated these days are common lowland vines, which isn't to say that their grapes are of poor quality, only that we have known better. Long ago, the Byrnjolf of Wineport crossbred several species and produced a grape-bearing vine of never-before-seen quality. Bacchus grapes were once the pride of this town, as they were used to produce vintages which surpassed all others. This includes the most aromatic, the most complex, the most flavorful of all wines. Aye, the legendary Bacchus wines were born right here in Wineport. Pardon my enthusiasm. You see, I once had the privilege to sample that particular wine. It was an otherworldly experience. In that moment, I felt as though I had tasted the nectar of the gods themselves. I transcended my mortal flesh and was one with all creation. But as is all too often said, the calamity changed that. The Bacchus vineyards were completely destroyed, along with much of the existing stock of Bacchus wine. What little remains is closely guarded by its owners, where it can no longer be made. If we cannot convince Byrnjolf to part with his wines, our next best option, as ridiculous as it sounds, is to find someone who has a bottle of Bacchus wine, and to offer them every gill we can spare. I've heard rumors that one of the Byrnjolfs tending the vineyard might have once owned a bottle. Perhaps you could start by speaking with them. What? Do I have Bacchus wine? I wish! I never had the chance to try it myself. Sorry, friend, but you're a few years too late. Bacchus wine? Ha! Don't remind me. Used to have a cellar filled with the stuff. Thought I could keep the wine safe from thieves and the elements. Never counted on bloody primal blowing up my goddamn house. Sorry about your house. No luck? Most regrettable, but we had to try. But Bacchus wine would have been perfect for this occasion. Though I must confess my certitude could be due, in part, to my personal history with the beverage. It is, after all, the very reason I decided to become a vintner. After Titan blinded me in our battle beneath Ogomoro, I fell into a deep depression. It wasn't until I tasted Bacchus wine for the first time that I realized there was still so much I could experience, even in my condition. It helped me to find a new direction in life. It breaks my heart to think that wondrous ambrosia, which once filled me with hope, may be forever lost to us. I must say, this talk of Bacchus wine has made me rather nostalgic. Indeed, there is much I miss about my life with the company of heroes. After everything the captain has done for me, I cannot bear to disappoint him. I have no fear. I swear that I shall find a suitable wine for the banquet, though I may need some time to think of a solution. In the meantime, there is a favor I would ask of you. 2 years ago, in the deepest depths of my despair, I stumbled across Valbrand as a vagabond drunk. I suspect I was looking for a place to die, because I very nearly found one not far from here. It was there that a man named Drest took me in and nursed me back to health, and it was he who gave me my first taste of Bacchus wine, which helped me to find my new calling. Though I am still a novice in the art of winemaking, I would like him to know that I am pursuing my dream. This wine is my own original creation, and I would be most grateful if you delivered it to him in my stead. Drest sometimes works at the Raincatcher Gully docks, so perhaps Ritskilt can tell you where to find him. do with the Leaf Quest. They appeared just as soon as I delete them. But no, it's just fate. No, not now. Hidden treasures? Ha! Another gill-crazed greenhorn reeled in by Eldwine's tall tales, eh? Yes, Eldwine. That's the doddering fool's name. Well, mind ye, I've not known him to limit his consumption to any one type of brew. I saw him just the other day, I did, clutching some tattered piece of yellow parchment like it was made of solid mithril. This is the ticket to fortune, he blubbered. Not half so eloquently, mind ye, before stumbling out the tavern doors, and promptly falling flat on his mug, like as not. Did I see the map myself, you say? Did I ever? But the fool shoved it in my face so many times that I swear the mold left the page to make up residence in me nostrils. 'Twas a mess of blue and brown splotches that Eldwine swore was Camp Ron's Lake, with a big red X to the southeast. You're not thinking of going there, aren't you? You're not thinking of going there, are you? Take my word. You'll find naught but a sorry drunkard and his sack of broken dreams. I just want to be at least a little bit helpful. I feel like I should at least try and help. Alright. Time to talk with you.
Where is that cook I asked for? If you believe that loitering will secure you a glass of something, you are very much mistaken, and possibly dead to me. Now this seems like some fine cork. Just the right amount of give. Some air comes through though, but not the moisture. I should be so lucky as to have barrels full of this. If only my people were as efficient at finding it. Ah, the conquering hero returns, and so quickly too. You are as strong as you are kind, and wonderfully trim of waist. I shall make sure to keep you in mind should any future troubles creep up. The etiquettes, pardon me, wine labels to laymen, much as yourself, used by our winery, always bear the noble countenance of Master Byrnjolf himself. As such, our esteemed Vintian has invited a famed Nordin miniaturist, very well known, probably the most famous miniaturist in all the land, to fashion a label truly worthy of a classic vintage. And he is due to arrive today. I beg you, won't you go down to Raincatcher Gully docks and meet him? I fear he will be quite mobbed by admirers, and I'd not have him molested. At least until the portrait is done. Yes, I am the miniaturist. Pardon me if I do not give you my name. I travel incognito, such is my fame. Ah, Master Byrnjolf awaits. We'll fly to him forthwith. We have much to discuss, the Master and I. Our artistic differences are many and sundry, yet I cannot resist returning for another etiquette. He is a model in 1,000, that one. He does have some pretty good hair. I will say that. Our expert in etiquettes has just been by. Simply marvelous. I shall order the chilled white taken to his quarters at once. Ah, how sweet it is to have the miniaturist here again. It has been full 5 years for the calamity stripped our vines. Stripped our vines, excuse me. Our first bottling in half a decade, and oh, to see the Master's beatific visage captured again. Really, there's more? The vineyard wastes much water, washing sugar and chaff off the grapes, the spoilage and dregs from vats and barrels, and all of it goes into the river. The richness of the swill chokes the river, and gigantoads feast on the scum. If raptors were horrible, these are thrice as bad. Slay them for us. For me, Byrnjolf. I'll have a chat with this guy real quick. Dressed? Oh, you mean the hermit? I toss him a few gil when we need an extra pair of hands. He doesn't talk about himself, and I sure as hell don't ask. When a man's got a face with scars like that, you best leave well enough alone, I say. If you've a mind to find him, though, then head southwest to the severed string. Oh, Master Byrnjolf Master Byrnjolf will be so pleased, but it grieves me that our wine has spoiled the river so. Perhaps I can construct some system to make our swill sweeter. I like his little place here. What do you want? Wine? I didn't ask for this. Who sent you? Can't sleep. It won't let me sleep. The midges buzzing. It keeps me awake. I never wanted to hurt anyone. I won't fight. I don't want to fight. Please, make the buzzing stop. Make the midges go away. not done yet. No, leave me alone. Yeah, he's got a gross looking butt. Mirror, it doesn't look like something was going on over here. Oh, yep, there is. I'm just fine. It's not so loud anymore. Did you do that? Thank you. You helped me. Even after what my comrades and I did to your country. We were on a reconnaissance mission when the maelstrom caught us by surprise. We tried to escape, but the others... no one else survived. I didn't ask for this, damn it. I'm not even Garlean. They conquered my lands, just like they tried to conquer yours. I don't want to die in some blasted jungle halfway around the world. I just want to go home. I wish to thank Shamani for the wine. That was overly kind. Would you be willing to bear a gift back to him? Last night at Red Mantis Falls, I collected the sap from nearby palm trees. If placed in coconut shells and stored for a few bells' time, it makes for a fine wine, see? It should be ready by now. I left 3 shells out there. Please take them to Shamani for me. I'm glad he's moved on with his life. I hope to one day do the same. Turn around, Mr. Toad. Turn around and walk away from the wine. I'm warning you. You need to get. You want to get. It has been some time, Byrnjolf. What news do you have of Dress? Sap of a palm tree fermented inside an island coconut shell, far more potent than wine made from grapes. Palm wine, if brewed for too long, can cause loss of eyesight or even death. Ah yes, I recall he did have some knowledge of winemaking. A simplistic but nevertheless effective method that utilizes the natural properties of palm sap. I shall have to enjoy this batch before it spoils. We are not so different, Dresden and I. Two men who have long struggled not to let our scars define us. I worry that he has been alone with his thoughts for far too long. It is past time I paid him a visit. Thank you for looking after him, Byrnjolf. By the gods! Byrnjolf, listen! I know you're eager to wash your hands of this wine business, but I've just discovered something extraordinary about Dresd's palm wine. He sealed each coconut shell with a leaf. A leaf which has a very distinct shape and unusual odor. I thought I was going mad at first, but now I'm certain. These are the leaves of a Bacchus grapevine. Do you know what this means? Somewhere in Raincatcher Gully, the legendary vine still grows. If we could obtain a cutting, we could revive the Bacchus wine industry. We must know where Drest found these leaves. Here, take one of them back to him and see what he remembers. You know, I'll be honest, I'm surprised my tablet hadn't cracked sooner. Like that time I dropped it in a parking lot. Like I dented up the edges, but I didn't crack the screen. Then I drop it on the wood floor and the corner of it cracks. And then I drop it on the carpet and a huge crack in the center of it appears. Oh, hello again. What is it? It's just a leaf, isn't it? I only chose it because it was pretty. Didn't know it was rare. I found them near the Juggernaut to the south, but I didn't see any grapevines. Saw fresh gubu tracks, though. Maybe the leaves came from vines growing on the back of one such beast. If you go looking for it, please be careful. Some gubus are more territorial than others, and you may have to defend yourself. Wrong buttons. What did Dress have to say, Byrnjolf? Tell me everything. Aha! I was right! The smell, this texture. I hold in my hands a Bacchus grapevine cutting. Come now! Enough of this nonsense! I've heard talk of your discovery, and I refuse to believe that a common adventurer and a novice vintner could... 12 as my witness. It is a Bacchus grapevine! Wherever did you find this fantastic specimen? What? You would offer this to me? But why? There is none better positioned to reconstruct the Bacchus vineyards than you, Master Byrnjolf. You have the resources, the knowledge, and the passion to do so. It would be selfish of me to keep this cutting. I never knew you cared so deeply about your craft. Thank you, good sir. I will not squander this gift. In just a few years' time, I swear that every tavern across Eorzea will once again be clamoring for a cask of Wineport's legendary Bacchus wine. Sir, you didn't... Wait, the shape of this bottle, the scent of the label. This couldn't possibly be... a 1547 Bacchus? That's impossible! This vintage has not been seen since years before the calamity. It was the crown jewel of my personal collection. For years I debated opening it, wondering if today or tomorrow would be the ideal time. But now I realize that it was never meant for me. It should be savored by the saviors of Wineport, I say. He has made us an offer we cannot refuse. Master Gagruju will find no finer wine. You have forever changed Wineport, Byrnjolf. Thank you for your kindness and your generosity. But do not permit me to delay you any longer. Pray deliver the wine to Captain Westgate. Well, yes, I would very much like to drink it. But I'm a patient man. I have faith that one day I shall have another opportunity to taste perfection. Even an experienced connoisseur can be misled by an elaborate label and elegant packaging. I, on the other hand, have no choice but to focus on the taste and texture of the wine itself. How ironic it is that what I once considered to be my greatest weakness has become my greatest asset. Where am I gone? Hello there, Ystrola. Greetings, Byrnjolf. I thought it fitting that I seek you out and offer my gratitude for all that you have accomplished. Okay. Your prolonged absence was beginning to concern me. So, what of the wine I asked you to bring? Is that 7 hells of 1547 Bacchus? Even I know how rare that is. I have to admit, I didn't think you had it in you. But congratulations, Byrnjolf. Thanks to you, this will be the most luxurious feast Costa del Sol has seen in years. Considering the lengths you went to, I hope our guests appreciate it. Speaking of which, your associate arrived a short while ago. She appears to be growing somewhat impatient. Perhaps you could tell her that the banquet is about to begin. I need to clean out my inventory. You have the look of a man who has been to the 7th hell and back. That a guest should be expected to supply the victuals for a banquet held in his own honor. And this while the shadow of Titan looms over us all. It beggars belief. I can only applaud your stoicism. Had I been asked to endure such ignominy, I fear I should have accepted my lot with less grace. Lady Ystrola! Sir Nordin! A thousand pardons for this extreme discourtesy! I was wholly unaware of your true identity, sir. Had I known, I would never have permitted my man to subject you to such unspeakable ordeals. God, now. You must have sensed something was amiss. You didn't seriously think I would send you running the length and breadth of Eorzea for a banquet, did you? Spare him your mockery, Captain. Your intent was unclear to me until this moment. And unlike me, Byrnjolf has no knowledge of your traditions. Mayhap you would be so good as to enlighten him. Aye, fair's fair. There's no sense hiding it any longer. We 5 were chosen by our brothers and sisters, and before the Company of Heroes disbanded, we each swore a solemn oath that any who would follow in our footsteps must be weighed and measured not by their reputation, but by their deeds. Each man would judge these would-be God-slayers by his own criteria. If even one found him wanting, he would be rejected without a second thought. But if he proved himself worthy, we swore that we would do our utmost to support his cause. The world has ever been full of brave souls eager to give their lives for a righteous cause, but all too few capable of making a difference with their sacrifice. To send wave after wave of hapless adventurers into the jaws of a foe against whom they have no hope of victory is worse than futile. Titan is not one to be challenged lightly, and we will not be complicit in the deaths of the unworthy. Which is why the 5 of you deigned to test Byrnjolf with such commendable thoroughness. Time well spent, I am sure, but tell us, Captain, what is the assessment of you and your fellows? He's a brave one, that much is certain. He willingly walked into the midst of danger, despite my repeated warnings that it could cost him his life. His skill is undeniable. He stalked his prey as relentlessly as any child of the sands, and struck with precision when an opportunity presented itself. Too many adventurers these days care only for fortune and glory. Byrnjolf, however, is a kind and generous soul. I am certain he has no shortage of loyal allies who will gladly fight at his side.
Bushko! Willie Uplander is talented plansmaker. Tricksy foe for mighty rockman.
I can only concur with my colleagues' assessments. We five of the company of heroes hereby judge you a worthy challenger. Cast down the Lord of the Crags, Byrnjolf Nordin, and write a new chapter in the history of Eorzea. With the formalities out of the way, let the festivities begin. Summon the dancers, pour the wine. Eat, drink, and be merry, my friends, for today we celebrate the birth of a new legend. Byrnjolf Nordin, Titan's Bane. Byrnjolf Nordin, Titan's Bane, yay! Okay.
Greetings, Byrnjolf. I thought it fitting that I seek you out and offer my gratitude for all that you have accomplished.
Yes, I already read that. Please conduct yourself with dignity whilst visiting Costa del Sol. If you behave inappropriately towards other guests, I may be forced to carry out punitive action.
It has been too long since I last set foot outside Forgotten Springs. Passing the time with old friends and old wine. Aye, today is a good day indeed.
Seeing everyone again like this brings back such fond memories. I wonder if any of them would be interested in reforming the company.
Briscoe! Tasty fresh treats are plentiful and belly of brave flocks. Feels wonderful to be with the others again. I wish this day would never end. Congratulations, sweetling. Now relax and enjoy the show. It's only just begun. Your Elizon friend is quite the dashing rogue. Any chance you could introduce me? Any chance you could introduce me?
Hey. Buddy. I don't know. Meet Bronze Skin Beauty. Don't mind me, that's what the game decided to name her. Just leave them alone. Nice seafood. What is that supposed to be? Tasting the exotic feast triggers a divine revelation. In that brief transcendent moment, you glimpse the true form of reality, comprehend its fleeting nature, and cry out to the heavens in celebration. Yeah, I just realized. Maybe she's that bronze girl. That YouTuber that plays D&D with Jesse Cox. When you face the Lord of the Crags, think not of Limsa, Eorzea, or anything beyond his chamber. Think only of the men and women by your side. Fight for them, and they will fight for you. Remember that no great victory was ever achieved alone.
Briscoe, goodly Uplander must be facing mighty Rockman with clever fighty think. Gobby Flock cannot be coming to rescue this time.
Aye, Byrnjolf, you brave... Byrnjolf, you brave fool. Promise me that when you meet Titan, you'll look him in the eye and tell him Landonel sends his regards. You know, you could at least talk to her instead of just staring at her. You are a veteran of countless battles, Byrnjolf. This is but one more. Trust in your experience, and you will prevail. You are blessed with a fortitude to rival the Earth itself. Titan will struggle to break you, I think. You are kind to indulge them, Byrnjolf. This banquet is as much for the company as it is for you, whatever they may claim. I do not deny that they mean well, but now is scarcely the time for celebration. Though they have all but pronounced you the victor, the battle with Titan has yet to begin. The hour has come for the good captain to make good on his promise. We must speak with him again. So, kind of just noticed something about her shoes, but now she's not around again to know what you're emoting about. It looked like she had like those shoes that are curled at the toe. You must be eager to face Titan. As promised, we will show you the way. Travel to Bronze Lake in Upper Landasia. There you will meet with Ryol, another man who once served with the company. To ensure that his knowledge does not fall into the wrong hands, he will remain in hiding until you have given the correct signal. Give me your map. You must whistle loudly at the 3 locations I mark. Only then will he appear to meet you at this 4th location. I realize this may seem excessive now, but you will see that it is more than reasonable once you comprehend the risks inherent in our method. Oh, gosh there. Wait, don't tell me. You've come to help old Ildwine to dig for buried treasures. Well, I'll have ye know I'm faring just fine by myself. Just look at that beauty over there. Not that I can blame you for being jealous of me vast richness. Lucky for ye, I'm feeling generous today. So here's the deal. I'll give you the honor of opening my latest discovery. That's right. For one precious moment, you can walk in the shoes of Ildwine, treasure hunter extraordinaire. Go on now. The casket won't bite or nothing. You okay there, Bobby? Seven hours. Where did those nasty buggers come from? I had me trusty pickaxe with me. Had to split their skulls clean in. Two, where in the world did those things go anyway? Housing but a pittance of coins, this threadbare trifle represents the contents of Ildwine's treasured discovery in full. A broken bottle recovered from the open treasure coffer. The vicious substance gives off a sickening, sweet odor. Probably what drew the monsters. Where's this? The gold Ildwine's at the finest Eorzea has to offer, from the drowned wench to Bushgoran's drithers. And he ain't seen nothing like great Bargut's gut. It's a trap. That's what it is. That's what it was. Opening the casket shattered this ear bottle, and this foul slop poured out, luring them nasty beggars within its strength. I told you to be more careful. Now hand over the loot. You may have opened the casket, but Truzzled Ildwine, what did the dirty work. With that shit? Give me everything? Why, I got more last time I sold me other garments for grog money. You aren't hiding nothing from me, are you? Well, looks like we've got no choice. We got to go out and search for bigger and better treasures. Not the same treasures, of course. I can't hold your hand forever. So sit back and let old Ildwine impart to ye a proper trove of knowledge on treasure hunting. Firstly, you find yourself a treasure map. Once you have your map, then you decipher it. That means you look at it nice and good like. Then when you figured out where your treasure is hiding, you go there and you dig it up. Sounds simple enough, you say? Ah! I might make it look easy. But I can assure you it ain't. That treasure hunter in his demandish sharp, Irish and sharper mind. But don't be discouraged. Own your skills like old Eldwine, and the treasures are sure to follow. Now, if you'll excuse me, me throat's feeling dry. Just ready to buy me a swing of the witch's cheapest grog. Where's a man to go? What's a man to do to drown his sorrows? Wasn't sure if I already got it or not. For some reason I thought your Stola would be around here somewhere. Thought I saw something. Greetings, mate. Might you be the one the captain said would come calling? I thought so. Pay attention now, because I ain't explaining myself twice. Years ago, when we was weighing up how to get to Titan, one of our scouts stumbled across this beastman aetheryte, see? What's that look for? Not familiar with them? He speaks of an unamplified aetheryte which has been claimed by a beast tribe. Lest you wonder, there is no fundamental difference between such aetherites and those which you have used on countless occasions, Byrnjolf. Ah, well, if it ain't the Charlian lass. Welcome back. Forgive me for interrupting. I had planned to await your report, but I succumbed to curiosity. The tunnels beneath Ogimoro form a bewildering labyrinth that no outsider has ever fully explored. How the company of heroes managed to navigate it is a mystery I have long pondered. Ha! Give us a bit of credit, love. We weren't daft enough to try going it in the front. You weren't daft enough to try going in the front. The kobolds are always digging new tunnels and filling the old ones with traps. One wrong step, and the next thing you know, you've got 100 tons of rock on your noggin. Suicide to even try, see? Funny thing was, the kobolds didn't seem to have no trouble finding their way around, and it was that as got us thinking. I mean, Ugamaro mines are like a bleeding city, ain't they? And getting around in a city that big would be a right pain in the arse if you didn't have an Ethernet, wouldn't it? So it stood to reason that the kobolds must have one, didn't it? Even if there were aetherite shards in the depths of Ogumoro, you would have needed to attune yourselves to them before you could identify their signatures within the life stream. Oh, well, that's where we were wrong, love. We had the Charlene bloke to help us, see? Delivered us right into Titan's bedchamber, he did. I don't rightly know how he did it, but I do remember him saying it weren't nothing any Charlene scholar worth her salt couldn't manage. Did he now? Locating a beacon in the absence of a known signature might be possible for the aetherites in question happen to be. Ah, yes. But in order to guide a traveler to said beacon safely, a second party would be required to. It is possible, in theory at least, yet I cannot be certain until I try. Plainly, all will depend upon whether or not I am worth my salt. Oh, you are, lass. Don't you worry about that. Have a bit of faith in yourself. Why don't we all go to Zelma's Run and take a closer look at the aetherite? It ain't far, though there's sure to be a few kobolds blocking the way. That you can't handle, mind. So this is the aetherite the Company of Heroes used to gain access to Titan's Sanctuary. It is as Papalimo speculated. In its present state, the aetherite's signal will not be strong enough for our purposes. I may, however, be able to use my own energies to amplify it. Alas, the task will monopolize my attention for the duration. It seems you will have to proceed without me, Byrnjolf. I must needs remain here and supplement this beacon's power, lest you be denied your own path of escape. Fear not, I will summon the Maelstrom forces stationed nearby to protect us. With effort, it is possible that I may be able to stabilize the Aetheryte signal and thereby join you, albeit belatedly, until such time as I do. You will... Oh. That's a period right there. Until such time as I do, you will be on your own. Now, let us see if I am worth my salt. I have located another beacon, one far below the mountain. I can only speculate as to what you will find there, so stint not in your preparation. You know, I thought I would have had the side quests for Bronze Lake opened up already. But I guess not. So let's go ahead and do Titan. I know. I said I wouldn't do it now. But might as well. Actually, hang on. Let me check something. Just want to make sure everything's working. Alright. Register for duty. Commence, hurry! Look! An overdweller! Yes, an invader from above! He uses our Aetherites against us! He has defiled Titan's sacred sanctuary! Trespassed! Violated! Defiled! Overdwellers must leave! Overdwellers must fly! Brothers and sisters, fear him not! His fate shall be decided by the Lord of Crags! Hear me, Overdweller! You and your treacherous brethren must be held to account for the breaking of the covenant. Ye shall be first to face judgment, then Limsa Laminsa and her oath-breakers, liars, betrayers, oath-breakers. Oh, great Father, Lord of Crags, Titan, we summon you! Titan, we summon you! Oh, great Father, Lord of Crags, Titan, we summon you! Titan, we summon you! He is come! He is come! The Lord of Crags, Titan is come! Overdweller, art thou deaf to their weeping? Thy vile kind coveteth ever the blessing of the land and murdereth my children by the score. All in service to greed, since sins are beyond pardon. Ah! But I am not the first to suffer thy defiance. Thou didst bring a freet low. Godless overdweller, thy myriad heresies shall not go unpunished. Upon thee shall I wreak terrible vengeance. dare you put my conjurer in jail? Oh, that really hurt my mages. Music's pretty good.
The Lord of Crags, the great Father Titan has fallen!
Is this the fourth one? We got 2 more crystals left to get. And that will be from the Vigil and Garuda.
The crimes of the Overdweller shall never be forgiven, never be forgotten. No, no, never. 'Twas your kin who broke the covenant. We have acted only in defense of our lands. Cease your aggression, or never will there be peace. Until our dying breaths, we shall defy you. Deny, decry, defy.
Ooh dear, I was speaking there. I am really sorry. Now these are the readings one would expect of an icon. I have seen enough. We proceed as planned. Are you sure that is wise, my lord? Your curiosity is untested and unproven. We do not yet know its true capabilities. Then trust in mine, Wittotten. My curiosity, as you so eloquently put it, would have bested Titan in the blink of an eye. Why, if there be truth to the legends, it could readily subjugate the whole of Eorzea, given but a little while longer. Is that not so? It is. No greater single power has ever been conceived, much less realized. What you say may well be true, but while such devices may win battles, I do not believe they will serve to change the course of this war. Oh, but they will. Have a little faith, my friend. I cannot endorse this course of action. Fool. And now he has a fourth. Fascinating. Carry on, Crystal Bearer. Far though you have come, your work is far from done. not remain to mark his passing. While the Asians are nothing if not elusive, it is of little wonder that they should cast advanced teleportation magics at will. But that they would choose to consort with the Empire. What common goal could they possibly share? I feared I might arrive too late, but I see you had the matter well in hand. I have taken measures to ensure that we are not pursued, yet I cannot say how long they will hold. Take your leave while the kobolds are still in disarray. I will follow anon. There is something I must investigate before I depart. I will teleport you to the Aetheryte in Zelma's Run, and we will rendezvous at Camp Bronze Lake. Agreed? Uh-oh. Run away! Run away! Alright, now bugger off. Yeah, I was right. She does have those curled toe shoes. I am relieved to see you well. But come, let us discuss our next step. The word will already have reached Maelstrom Command. Protocol requires that a representative of our order inform the High Commander of the mission's success. The honor is rightfully yours, Byrnjolf. Once again, I must commend you on a job well done. We shall speak again soon. Wrong button. Well met, adventurer. I serve with the Maelstrom Black Sails. Or did, until I suffered grievous wounds in a battle with the kobolds. I was invalided and sent here. Really take this to my commanding officer in Camp Overlook. It is a request for reinstatement. It ill suits my nature to lie abed. I was told my duty was to recover, and I have been dutiful, but surely they do not mean for me to wait until every last bit of flesh has knitted together. I can hold an axe. That should be enough. Between here and Camp Overlook is Kobold's territory, as the crow flies. I suggest you be smart about it. Go to Digerune's trading post and take a boat across the lake. From there, head north to Outer Lanasia. Oh, well, I never do that, so... We used mulled wine from Wineport to treat the war-wounded. It restores the bodily humors and gives vigor to hearts made weary by fever. Why don't you put yourself to some good use, adventurer? I prepared some mulled wine earlier and need it heated to make warm wine. Will you submerge these bottles in the hot spring over yonder and serve them to those that need it sorely? As you know from your prior visits, we treat the wounded from the front with all our arts, and with the healing waters of the hot springs. We serve soldiers, but for some unaccountable reason, we have a a goldsmith here at the present. He simply showed up and we could hardly turn him away. And now he is asking for salamander oil, but we cannot spare any. Find the entire situation awkward in the extreme. Will you extract 4 vials worth of oil from the salamanders roaming nearby and give them to the goldsmith? Alright, I forgot there was supposed to be like a scholar thing here. I'm pretty sure it's for scholars. And not the, summoners. Damn, I could barely remember a time when everything didn't hurt. I feel like I've always been here. Heated in the warm springs beneath Ogomoro, this mulled wine is said to cure countless ailments. And those ailments it cannot cure, it will hope one forget. Thank you and cheers. Oh, hot and spicy, just like the horn we raised when the sergeant was wedded. When the little red-haired private fell, all my friends. I'll be back, you steel-chewing roughnecks. Look at that. I do believe I can move that foot a little more. Sure helps with the hurt, too. Thank you, adventurer. You'll see. We'll be on our feet and halfway to being the warriors of light before you're done warming another bottle. My wounds heal, for sure and certain. Not so stiff and sore no more, neither. Obliged, adventurer. That's a mug full of good medicine there. Wouldn't mind taking some of that back to the front. Ah, that's smarts. I know I'm counting my blessings. Don't you make those eyes at me. Just saying it's smarts. That hits spot. I don't mind that kind of a burn. It's a fine thing being alive. And don't mind me none. I like ye all. Just like my own levy more. And don't mind me none, I like you all. It's like my own levy more. Been through a lot together. I don't get what he means by that. My leg's starting to fall asleep. What is decided is decided. I pay my coin. I dance my dance. this is some really gross eyeballs he has. Ugh. Ugh, how they jiggle. Godbert! The one and only true God. Most kind. You are most kind to bring me the oil of a salamander. A thick, sticky oil collected from the underbelly of a river-dwelling salamander. I had a need of a large horn and made the grievous error of visiting a great buffalo with a handsaw. He liked it not, and I sustained a most horrific scratch. It smarted so, and the ache. Oh no. Oh no, I was not thrown. I am not so green as that. No, when the beast shook its head, I stepped backwards, slipped and fell. Then I fell again later, strolling back to the dog cart. No need to be shy. You are an adventurer, and I am a goldsmith. The body is simply an instrument, in occasional needing of oiling. Oil, sir. Oil, I say. Come, my body awaits your ministrations. The relief. Again, I say. Ah, I can feel soothing fingers working into every knot. That is your cue, sir. Soothing fingers now, please. By the 12th, that feels good. Now quickly, with the rubbing. Ah, the healing tingle. Oh, pardon me. Your skill was so great that I was quite transported. Truly, no Uldan attendant could have done better. Sublime! I shall now have a brief drowse, then soak in the springs until sundown. After that, a humble meal with white wine from my own stock and perhaps peaches. Thank you for your kindness, adventurer. Those soldiers you met, they may be champions for our way of life, but here they are sisters and brothers, sons and daughters. They are so young, most of them, and so hurt in spirit and body. Most will return to the front, and some will not even survive to come under my care again. It's what they want and what we need of them, I know. But I tell myself that I heal them so they can become farmers and smiths, alchemists and rangers, mothers and fathers. For a few, it will be true. That will have to be enough. Thank you for your service, adventurer. It seems he believes Bronze Lake to be some sort of a retreat for the rich. He paid a very handsome fee for his stay thus far, and profusely complimented us on our aestheticism. First one thing, then another. That goldsmith passed out from too much heat. We have warned him time and again this past week not to stay in so long. Honestly, I do not trust myself to tend to this fool, for I have a mind to strangle him. If a poke revives him not, throw a bucket of lake water on him. There was ice on it this morning. An interesting pillar here. I guess it was used for a bridge. Maybe an aqueduct, since there's water right there? Gobert, wake up! Rather Roger, what are you doing? Oh, it's you. Ye have strong yet tender fingers. I was lost. I freely confess it. I came to this retreat an artisan whose craft had lost its savor, enriching myself by indulging customers' grossest tastes. I was ready to suffer privations, and I did. Privations. And I did. But today, several hours into the ordeal of the scalding water, my life flashed before my eyes. There I saw forms exquisite, filigree masks, steel cut to shine like diamonds, graceful galleries of electrum where emeralds took the air with pearly suitors. I must return to Ul'dah, to my workshop. A goldsmith has departed for home, I am glad to say. He left you this ring, a token of his appreciation, he says. The stone is taken from a fragment of Dalamud itself, created in abiding faith that out of the worst may come beauty. It sounded as though he lost something, or someone, into calamity. The ring is the only thing I have made in the last 5 years, he said, and now I would like Byrnjolf to have it. Extraordinary. A very unexpected turn of events, I must say. I still think him utterly mad, but no doubt he is a more fascinating one. I don't suppose he'd have given me the ring even if I'd... Well, no use fretting over a song already sung. And that just increases spirit bonding. Don't need it. I don't need it right now. Maybe some other time. Adventurer, eh? What do you got for us? A letter. Can't drink that, eat that, or keep a bed warm with that. Especially when it's from that pup, Bloggable. Listen, what do they call you? Byrnjolf? We're the Red Swallows here, the most roughneck levy in all of the Maelstrom. Most of us come from what you might call a privateer background. We're the teeth of the Maelstrom. What I'm saying is, you want to know where the worst of the fighting is? Just look for the Red Swallows. This is the front, not a moment of rest from the kobolds. Ain't no place for a pup with half-healed wounds. The kid has his heart in the right place, I'll warrant that, but he's like to get it blown out of his chest if he toddles on back here. He's just going to have to sleep in a soft bed and eat food that ain't full of weevils until he heals up. The commissary finally received a shipment this morning. That should make things a bit easier around here. The brass sent me a fresh warm water trout, biggest I've seen. The privilege of command, eh? But I can't rightly eat it myself. My 3 best scouts haven't had anything like real food in weeks. They're out finding paths and breaking kobold skulls every day. So I'm going to ask you to grill that fine trout and serve it to them. Oi, you! Yeah, you, the honey-faced one with all the buckles. I've got a job for ye. I need me some raptor claws. But the pissons gave me so much trouble that I clean forgot I was killing practical like. Got mad, bashed their heads in, and walked away whistling. The carcasses be laying around somewhere near. Got a few of my arrows through 'em. Fetch me the claws, my gallant Culver, and I might be back in that practical mood. And oi, one more thing. You see those arrows of mine? Bring back the heads. It's easy enough to fetch an arrow, but arrowheads don't grow on birds. Camp Overlook may's well be an island. The roads ain't worth plopping a supply train on unless ye like to, dunno, feed kobolds or something. So anything that needs getting there, it goes by balloon. The up and up's not what it's cut out to be. Got them condors what try and muck with the balloon. Sure would appreciate them being, dunno, dead or something. This ain't getting easier. Going out day after day, especially with that smell of fish grilling. Superstitious small folk believe one gains the memories of any being he eats. Ask yourself this: do you truly wish to know how this warm water trout lived? What's this now? The commander had you grill it up for us? Oh ho ho! Look at the size of the thing! But next time, give us a suckling pig. I am steel. Hear me, you mole bastards! I am steel! commander sends a plate, eh? Smells good. I usually like beef hot and bloody, but this'll do for a snack. The 12 watch over me. If I should perish before this day is over, may I take as many of the enemy as I've known doxies. Trout? Bah! I had a fancy for a fat fin. There are 4 things I like. A bit of petticoat, a mug of sour beer, a leg of fowl, and a whole lot of dead kobolds. That's my boys. No respect except where it counts. Mark my words, as soon as your back was turned, all 3 fell to and swore 'twas the best thing they ever tasted. We're a crew, you hear me? Them that's here, them that's gone, them that's eating their hearts out at Bronze Lake. The red swallows do for each other, and a freak never takes the hindmost, because there ain't ever anyone left behind. Don't let the looks fool you. The kobolds make a bad enemy. They've forgotten more about smelting and alchemy than some of the lot on our side have ever known. All that matters is the kobolds can make golems. And war's the thing that kicks down the door between can and do. You know about the ancient golems up in the floating city of Nim? The scouts tell me the moles are gathering material in the ruins. Once they make more golems and send them against us, we're as good as gone. We're as good as done. You got no men to spare, and you're not the worst I've seen. Put a stop to their shopping trip before it starts raining golems. Here's how this water's going to run. You find a golem and get its soul stone. You put that on a likely spot as bait, and put an end to any kobold that shows up. And here, take these bottles of water. My boys tell me they didn't like the look of the kobold's armor. But you know alchemy, it'll wash. Hoy, sweet thing. Get me my claws and arrowheads. 6-ohm retractable claw found on the velociraptor's middle toe, used to slice the bellies of its prey. This handicaps the victims, ensuring they are still alive when the raptor begins to feed. The pronged waves on the edge of this deadly head allow for easier entry into a target's flesh, while making it more difficult to remove. Appreciate it, dear heart. Why the long face? You think we're that low on supplies? Listen, Crumpet. The kobolds can't leave metal be. Any we throw at them, even arrowheads, back to their burrow it goes, and smelt it into new arms. So the orders are, give them no metal. Make arrowheads out of claws, chert a bit of the cook's gingerbread, and haul back any steel or bronze arrowheads. Comes natural like to us seafaring folk, you know. We be skimpers. We be squimpers. My mama told me before I went to sea, girl, you're strong as a horse, fast as a snake, and brave as the whole company of heroes put together. But your sister's the clever one of the family. Leave the thinking to others. Well, there's no leaving anything to anyone else out here. So I was thinking, how's about we tame some corals? They'd rip through kobolds. Just go out there, tire out a coral, and catch it with this big sack. You got the oysters for that, I'll bet. Oh, I'm no good at catching. I get too wild, and before I know it, it's all killed or spent. No, sweet thing. This one needs your touch. You saw it in them condors? Core, that's a shiny piece of news. The balloon gets around, you know, and that's important in a war. It goes one place, then the next, like. Wish I was a balloon. Tell the truth, some of them that's comrade to me scare the drawers off of me. Wild about fresh meat, they are, like to kill ye for it. Corsairs they used to be, I hear. Oh, I just needed the one. Okay. Ow. Damn, look at all that mess down there. Sweetly done, adventurer. We won't have to look over our shoulder for an army of golems now. Risking little blood now saves wallows of it later. Well met, Byrnjolf. Thanks for the other times. You're not soft, I'll give you that. I have a job that needs a hard lad to kill. Searching for kobold scouts. My boys say there are at least 3 of them somewhere on the hill. You can handle yourself, can't you? Hey, good looking. Catch my curl yet? You shudder to think a thin layer of burlap is all that separates you from a flurry of fangs and claws. Alright, a real damn coral. Wait till I tame this thing. Kobolds ain't gonna know what hit 'em. Won't know cause they'll all be in pieces. Now how am I going to tame this thing? How's it done usual like? Do you just sit on them or talk to him? Stuck on the fence there. I know you're going to be a problem. I put a glass on you. I put a glass on you as soon as I heard there was fighting. I had you pegged for a bruiser. Sure you don't want to give up the road and join us here? There's enough kobolds to go around. There's something a touch familiar about those kobolds you saw, too. I have seen someone move that way before. I can swear to it. It'll come to me if we have enough. If we have even that much time. I've been racking my brain over those scouts you slew, and now I remember where I last saw them. They belonged to that cursed priest. The priest's the leader of the kobolds, 129th Order. The only lot to ever make it past our sentries and into this camp. This camp's supposed to be like a ship. You might get a broadside, but you'll see it coming. You're supposed to be safe here. But it wasn't safe that night, and one of mine almost died. Young swallow new made. Easy pickings for the moles. They slipped in on a rainy night, and when it was over, we found Bloggyball. He'd been lying out in the rain, and there were riddles the color of roses running off of him. I hadn't kept him safe in his own camp, see? So the Sawbones had to save him. I have amends to make. The priest's got to die. If the priest is here, that means there are kobold bombs nearby. When the 129th retreats, they go in fire and thunder. That's their way. You go to the bombs and set them off yourself. You'll come scampering to see what's amiss. Take him then. May not be one of mine, but your red one, steel to soul. I can count on you. Take this smoldering coal, use it on the bombs. Since that night, I'll not misprise the priest's guile. Already the whole camp's on alert, rearing to avenge Bloggyball. If this is one of the kobolds' tricks, and they're thinking of ambushing us here, they won't live long enough for regrets. I wish I could have seen Nim when it was full. Well, tell me good news. Did you rid us of that priest? His helm, ripped from that cutting head of his. You've done me a great service, adventurer. Will you do another for the Red Swallows. Take the helm to Private Bloggabill at Camp Bronze Lake. Tell him the priest is dead, but that he is, having a trophy will mean much to him. And adventurer or not, you're one of us now. Times aren't just changing, Byrnjolf. They're turning like a mutinied ship. Who knows? Could be that being a friend of the Red Swallows proves a mighty useful thing. I know your face. Ah, the adventurer delivered my pleas, but to no avail. You come from Overlook? Is all well there? The priest is dead? The swallows. I thought perhaps they thought my wounds just deserts and left me to my shame. I did not tell you. I had the East watch that night. It was me that failed and near died in the failing. Look, see these cuts inside the helm? One from each of the Red Swallows. These are the same marks we make in the woods, so that no comrade may be lost. I thank you for bringing this. I am the most fortunate man in the world. Now I need to go and I'm gonna do the next two Marauder Warrior job quests. And then we'll switch to Star Wars The Old Republic after a bit of a break. There's the fireworks. Ouch. Hey there, Curious Gorge. Welcome back, my friend. I can see that you've not neglected your training. For my part, I fear that deciphering the ancient chronicles of my people is proving to be a much more demanding task than I had imagined. Mind you, it hasn't helped that I've been somewhat preoccupied of late. A comrade of mine from my days in the company of heroes asked me to do a favor. And it's taken me back and forth across the realm like some bloody ferry. I'm on a hunt for some mysterious feral beast that's been terrorizing Smallfoot. People don't know where this monstrosity came from, but witnesses say its thirst for blood is unlike anything they've ever seen. Unfortunately, the time I have spent in pursuit of the beast is time I have not spent studying the chronicles, but I am sorry to say I have made little progress. However, while on the road, I was able to decipher one passage that may be of interest to us both. From what I can gather, the chronicles tell of an ancient set of armor forged by my ancestors in the flames of the seven hells, and inscribed with the same arcane incantations that adorn the soul of the warrior. It would seem that this mighty armor was passed down from hero to apprentice for centuries, until one man, driven by rage and vainglory, cast all 5 pieces from Abalethia's highest peak. Since that day, the armor has remained lost, and with it, the power that it harbors. As far as I can make out, the next passage in the Chronicles concerns the whereabouts of these missing artifacts. So I have only been able to make sense of the odd word thus far. Still, I must confess to some excitement. Imagine what a warrior clad in such garb could achieve. Only my brother were here. We could decipher the text together and spread the teachings of our people to the entire realm. Alas, he is not. His whereabouts are as hidden to me as those of the ancient armor. I would have liked you to meet him, but only so that you could have looked upon a true warrior. Well, perhaps you still shall. Eorzea is not as large as most people perceive. Paths cross, fates intertwine, such is the will of the spinner. It may be that my brother has chosen a similar path to mine, but I have rambled long enough. You are here to take the next step in your training, and so I shall oblige. In the southern reaches of Fenland is the Sigali Desert. God's forsaken wasteland of naught but sand that stretches as far as the eye can see. It is here that the Leviathan of the dunes lurks, a sandworm of gargantuan proportions. When facing this mammoth creature, you will soon realize that the feeble hacks and slashes of your puny axe are ill-suited to the task of felling such a foe. But do not let this dissuade you. Wake the slumbering beast within and summon forth a strength that transcends the limits of your physical form. Mind you, first you will have to find the beast, and that might prove a tall order in itself. The tribe that inhabits Forgotten Springs is wise to the movements of the denizens of the desert. Should you want for guidance, I'd wager they could set you in the right direction. Luckily it's not too pricey to get there. Thank you, Sky, for the reduced rates. Sandworms are particularly sensitive to vibrations in the earth, such as those made by running. If you're looking to summon one of the beasts, then I suggest you search for their tracks, then run about making as much of a clamor as possible. I would also suggest you seek a cure for your madness. I have seen the beast. Stands 3 months high, he does, and stirs up sandstorms with each writhe and wriggle. Showed up in my hunting field some years ago, and has been swallowing up my would-be prey in that gaping maw of his ever since. Well, it looks like I'll be doing you a favor and getting rid of that beast. The Leviathan of the Dunes. Saw the fearsome bugger not a week ago, preying on a group of merchants south of Byrnjolf's strike. The smart ones dropped their wares, turned tail, and ran. The dumb ones, well, at least they can say they died rich. So that quest is not opened up. Unless for some reason it's supposed to be a special quest. Oh, right. Back to Curious Gorge. Ah, Byrnjolf. The crystal grows ever stronger. Enveloping the raging sandworm, the beast within you slowly but surely rouses to wakefulness. The next you do battle, methinks you will find yourself capable of movements heretofore unfamiliar to you. When you have mastered your new talents, return to me. In the meanwhile, I shall continue my study of the ancient texts. Hello again, my friend. It is quite obvious that you have been anything but idle in your training since last we met. Which was just a few seconds ago. Your progress is heartening to look upon, truly. But it also serves to remind me that each hour I spend poring over ancient texts is an hour not spent honing my skills. I fear my worth on the battlefield is diminishing by the day. Yet I am certain that my studies of the Chronicles will yield something of use. In fact, just last night, I discovered how the warriors of my tribe came to be shunned by the outside world. Upon witnessing my people's prowess with the axe, armies of the city-states began to incorporate similar techniques into their own training regimens. These are the self-same techniques I have been instructing you in Byrnjolf, ones which call upon the inner beast. The consequences, of course, were dire. Yes, their soldiers became nigh on unstoppable, but they also became wholly uncontrollable, and both friend and foe fell prey to the ensuing carnage. Of course, the heads of the city-states laid the blame for those atrocities solely at the feet of my kind, promptly banning the ancient art and imprisoning anyone suspected of teaching it, or so the Chronicle says. What I find hard to grasp, though, is that never once during my training did my brother hint at this dark history, nor have I myself ever seen one of my tribe succumb to the rage that the Chronicles describe. Could it be that the tales are mere falsehoods? Stories concocted by some long-forgotten enemy who would poison our heritage and befoul our tribe's name? Who in their right mind would seek to sully something so pure? And why would my ancestors simply bow their heads and suffer such ignominy? That my people should be so weak, so utterly bereft of pride, is inexplicable. I refuse to believe it. It matters not if these claims are groundless. They prompted my tribe's art to fade into obscurity, and then the damage has already been done. Well, I, for one, will not turn a blind eye to this injustice. If none of my people will give the lie to the stories that have so tarnished our reputation, it shall have to be me. Once again, I lose myself in history and forget the present. If you recall, I spoke to you of my former comrade in the company of heroes, and the great woolly beast we have been pursuing. The beast remains on the loose, and it tossed ponds of salt on the wound. Fell creatures that appear to be its minions have been wreaking havoc on the innocent residents of Wineport. Were you and I to succeed in quelling the threat, truly the people would see that warriors are no fearsome beasts, but valuable allies. Together, Byrnjolf, we will win back our proud name. Now, let us away to Wineport to meet with the captain of the militia. My friends, Wineport is much obliged for your aid. The fiends come relentlessly, and what few able-bodied men we have find themselves hopelessly overmatched. I feel like there might be punctuation missing there. Yeah, what few able-bodied men we have find themselves hopelessly overmatched. Indeed, the western gates have been so besieged that they are currently left without any manned defense. Leave the defense to us, my good man. I will secure the western gate. Byrnjolf, you defend the town from the east. Together we will form a bulwark that not a single fiend can penetrate. Once the enemy has been driven back, we return here to back up the captain. Got it, Byrnjolf? Hector 12, you're safe. We have need of your skills yet. I just heard a scream, and I fear that one of the beasts might be loose within the village. Come with me. You monster! Get away! Get away! Monster? But I... Come no closer, Byrnjolf. I beg of you. I must return to the falls. Whatever has gotten into Curious Gorge? 'Tis true that he fought like a man possessed, but to mistake him for the very beast he hunts? Methinks the child's parents have been feeding her a few too many ghost stories for her own good. Worry not, friend. I shall speak to the villagers and clear up this most unfortunate misunderstanding. Do return to the falls and assure Curious Gorge that Wineport is indebted to him for his aid. Byrnjolf, please forgive me for leaving so abruptly earlier. It was a hasty reaction to a situation for which I was completely unprepared. For both you and I know that I was in complete control of my inner beast, and now realize that to a layman's eye, it may have seemed that, well, the opposite was true. Mayhap it was this very misapprehension that lent weight to the lies which led to my tribe's disgrace. And if that is the case, then perhaps I should return once more to the Chronicles and endeavor to reassess their message in light of this discovery. Speaking of light, your soul crystal, Byrnjolf, it sparkles. Does the soul of the warrior have aught to reveal to you? Any whispers of import? If only they hadn't forsaken me, as they did my brother. Yes, well, I suppose that is that. I must continue my studies, and you your training. I hope to have something new for both of us very soon. Until then, my friends. It is good to see you, Sergeant Nordin. Word of your triumph reached me some while ago, but I am pleased to have it personally confirmed. First a Freed, and now Titan. Truly, when I think of your achievements, I feel the loss of the Warriors of Light less keenly. And there can be no greater compliment than that. You and your order are heroes, Suffice it to say, we are glad to have a scion in our ranks. I shall relay the details of your report to the Admiral forthwith. Please send my regards to the scions of the 7th Dawn. Until next time, Sergeant. Byrnjolf, this has been Philia. Your Stola has informed me of your success. You have won a great victory for the people of Eorzea, one that shall not be forgotten. And what is more, both you and your Stola emerged from Ogamoro unscathed. White Haru and the others seemed as glad of that as they did of Titan's fall. You can look forward to a hero's welcome. We'll be awaiting your return at the Waking Sands. There's much to discuss. Godspeed. And all good things. So that's where I'm going to leave it off for now. So I'm pretty sure we're about to hit a new part of the story. So that's going to be it for the recording. Until next time, everyone.